Hola, minasan! Welcome back to the Splatterbomb Lounge at the Splatterdome in Splattertown, USA. I'm Coqui-san. My name's Handy. This is Bradley. Spraycon's the name. May the righteousness be with you. Here's Roller! And this is it. This better be it. It has to be it! Well, we're all praying that it's it. What is it? The end of this game, that's what this is. Oh. Dude, we're gonna beat this. You watch. We're gonna win. Totally. And finally move on to another game. How many episodes do we have to go? 6, I think? 5? Who cares? What's important is that we're done with this. Oh yeah. And as I was telling Ashley over by the TV, over by the monitor, this whole SL6 is a rehash of SL9 is a rehash of DL6. I mean, they even flipped the numbers 6 into 9. It's all the same thing. DL6 had two sisters in trouble. That was the Fae sisters, and here the SL6 you got the Sky sisters. Then you had Edgeworth involved in the whole thing in DL6. Now it's SL9. He's got himself in trouble, and then I'm betting since it was some kind of government official, which in this case was Von Karma, I'm sure it's another government official that's behind SL9. I mean, I don't know why they rehashed that. That's a waste of an episode. Oh, I agree. I noticed that too. Very dumb. It takes out the fun. Yes, I completely agree on this. 100%. Oh boy. So just wanted to give a shout out to Nelson3ET, our 20th follower. Oh yes, we hit 20 follows. In fact, we need to upgrade these goals here. Oh yes. Now that we hit 20 followers, we're going for 30. We're looking for 30 gold, 30 followers now. 30. Let's see here. Let's just make sure. There we go. So that's our next goal. 30 followers. And you can achieve that by hitting the follow button. Yeah, hit that follow button. It's not scary. Nor are we. Speak for yourself, you dragon. There we are. Yeah, 30 follow. Oh, and if you all are interested in merch and other fine stuff, I'm putting up the link here. Just head on over to the coquisan.com website. There'll be plenty of links where you could go and get your hands on various types of merch, from books to music, mugs and posters, and all kinds of fun stuff. And if you're over on the YouTubes, you could just click on the link in the description and, well, help yourself to some stuff. Help yourself to some stuff. And don't hesitate to select that subscribe button along with the like button and the subscribe bell, and comment down below. Comment that, let the YouTube know that the algorithms are there. Let Twitch know we exist too here. Oh yeah, let them know. Yeah, let them know. I want to play now. Ah, yes. Alright, let's get this over with. Finally, an end to this travesty. Activating red tie. Red tie on. Have a nice day. And wait a second. What happened to Red Tie's voice, Ashley? Why are you shrugging? Stop shaking your head no. Yeah. Alright. Let's begin. Let's see. Which one was it? Final day trial. That's turnabout goodbyes. Oh, Oh, investigation time. Oh. Oh boy. More investigations. Yeah. Is that right? It's right. Indeed. Alright. Let's do some investigations. Dude.
February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright and Company Law Offices. Bum bum.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. She didn't mean to use those words.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures, sir. Salute your shorts. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
I didn't know she was so corrupted. What happened to the sister I love? I never knew that SL9 incident was just another name for it. The Joe Darky killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Maybe I should continue living under that rock because this world is so weird. Lana wanted Darky convicted so badly. She was convinced. That's why she used me. That's why she used me. And she used what happened to me like a puppet on strings. Like Londo Molari said in Babylon 5. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. You could tell me yourself. Why do I have to search through this pile? Joe Darky's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Darky tried to kill me. With kindness. What? He tried to kill you with kindness? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me from kindness. So that means you... Yeah. I was a victim in the Joe Darky trial. I didn't see that one coming. What a twist! It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. It was a dark and stormy night. Very cliche. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. It was gonna be sushi and sashimi. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office saying, "Oh yeah!" Joe Darky, the Kool-Aid Man. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. He was like, "Ah!" I didn't know what was going on, so I said, "Ah!" Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Darky tried to take me hostage, but I was like, "I'm not into terrorism." But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him like a linebacker. That... What happened? I'll never forget it. Just tell me. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly,
It got spooky. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. When I saw that from the permanent picture in my mind, I can still see it now. I'm ready to curl up in a ball and huddle in the corner crying.
I mean, permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Darky stabbed Mr. Marshall, but I remember screaming.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. They really wanted to hang him and watch while drinking beer and sake. Lana forged the evidence and Edgeworth used it because she knew he was unethical and had no problems doing it.
Edgeworth? Yeah, he would capitalize on his unethical moments.
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it.
Oh, I'm sure he knew everything about it, Emma.
He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence.
Oh, he knew. That's why he was so easy to take it, so eager to take it.
Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault.
Nah, he deserved every bit. That unethical little...
If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
You're a kid. Can't be expected to testify something so traumatic. It's true, even though he may not have known it. But I know he known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. Yep. That's to be expected.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. It felt icky. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. However, on the devil advocate side, so what did you see in the instant that crime occurred?
Darky knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I'm surprised she's still standing.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out.
No, it's completely dark.
When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much. No wonder you want to become a scientist.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant.
You know, there are laws, regarding children and testifying, in situations like this. They could have figured that out.
I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. I wasn't Picasso or Steve Drewsman.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Which, by the way, why aren't you in school right now?
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator.
This poor girl was compelled to become a scientific investigator when she could have been something else, like a VTuber.
I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana will never have to forge anything.
I see. Good luck with that, kid. Now off to school. Although I do think I finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. She has a Peter Parker moment here right now. But there's something about that bothers me still regarding the crime. Yeah, there's something that's puzzling me, Emma. Do you know a guy named Peter Parker?
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there, screaming, with the knife up in the air?
I don't know.
Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. What a wuss. Very easy to get taken down.
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Darky had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
No, by you two. Of course the police. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview, and he fled into my sister's office.
We seriously gotta figure out what to do with this police department. They're very, very understaffed, or they're very, very incompetent. Then again, they did hire Gumshoe, so... Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Would this be the same elevator where Edgeworth's father died? Across from the elevator. Alana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you?
You didn't tell me anything.
2 years ago, Lana was a detective.
And when were you planning to tell me this little fact?
She was the best in the entire force.
That's nice. That's news to me. Not shocking. Everybody always withholds information.
After the Joe Darky case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Is that even possible? Has she studied to be a lawyer? What is with this system? How do you go from detective to prosecutor? I better have another talk with her. And with my teacher, he certainly had left out a lot of information when I was studying law school.
So, Mr. Edgeworth's knife was the murder weapon?
Right. Or so the witness, Miss Starr, claims. She saw your sister stab Mr. Gumu with this knife.
You know, all this is that Angel Star's fault.
She's not the one on trial here.
Oh no, but she must have seen it wrong.
Her eyesight isn't on trial here either. It seems everything is somehow related to this incident.
What was the label again? The SL9 incident?
Yep, the name of everyone connected to this trial is listed in here. All that's left is to figure out just what role everyone plays in this case. If we search hard enough, I think we'll find our answers. What exactly did or didn't Lana do?
I'm not sure I want to know everything. We are entire success according to this tape.
At first I thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be a goldmine of evidence that the police department is the joke.
I counted a total of 5 clues in it.
It also gave the Blue Badger some publicity, of the negative sort, that is. Oh well, let's move along here. Detention center.
February 24th, detention center, visitor's room. Bum bum. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
No, sir. Not whatsoever.
I am not a sir. What have I told you? You see these 3 medals here? What do they say? I work for a living.
Falsifying evidence, though?
Don't change the subject.
I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we?
But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. But better to send one in prison than 100 people dead.
Wait, what? Lana, Emma told me about you.
Wanna
go out?
No.
Alright. So, how were you she told me about how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. What are your qualifications for being a lawyer?
That's confidential. That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? And how you got a bar license?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
Yes, I'm representing you. I need to know everything if you want to win this case. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. He loves his sake.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I couldn't help it. It couldn't be helped, Emma. I wanted to see him hang. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul to watch his feet twitch while I drink a good cup of beer.
Cup of beer? Now, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. I am your sister. You could tell me these things. He broke up with you, didn't he? Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me.
I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. You just look at her looking away from me. From her sister. From that police officer in the corner. From that camera up in the corner. Yeah, she's looking away from everybody.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing. Her military skills were top notch. I watched her break a guy's arm right off its socket and then killed him with it. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. And all the heads they cracked too. Chief Gant?
He was the police chief, he was a deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. Tall, husky, muscular, crazy laugh.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before reports could even be filed. They even got their own JoJo pose. Emma really idolizes her big sister. And now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? How'd you get your bar license?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was
to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Don't interrupt me.
Sorry.
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. I was determined to get that bar license. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office.
Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was second in command of detectives investigating Darky. Everyone called me XO.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes, Deputy Kent and I shared the same office, the same investigations, the same JoJo pose. We were awesome.
They even had the same office? Whoa.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman whose case it was, Chick Marshall, and Angel Star. All hardcore. All Power Rangers like. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Always with the Western stuff and the crazy accent.
Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt, Joe Darkie was the serial killer. He had the knife, after all. It's even in his hand right now as we speak. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
When he tried to murder Emma?
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Darkie. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Eh? Oh, now you decide to tell us. Dang it, I'm your freaking lawyer. No respect.
David Kent and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Darkie that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Darkie must have suddenly panicked. So he waited up till Kent and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. He ran like a girl. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Kent and myself. Well, that was weird. It's still Lana's dial-up, but they jumped into Emma's face.
Yeah, that threw us off, didn't it?
Yeah. That's dumb.
I agree. Would you continue on? Oh, sorry, Bradley.
That's where he found me.
So, you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana.
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Kent and Marshall were questioning Darkie. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. I wondered, what were they doing on top of each other? Was there some sort of secret loving going on here? But I didn't have time.
3 bodies?
Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out. And the suspect, Joe Darkie. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Darkie had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious until he was no longer conscious.
What did he do?
To be honest, I panicked. I never panicked like that before. As a soldier, you never panic in the line of duty. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I cried like a baby. I never told anybody like that. It's the first time I was ever vulnerable. But there I was, holding my sister like a cuddly teddy bear, praying that she was okay.
Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Darkie under immediate arrest. He somehow survived. But not for long.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident?
That's right. Quite a coincidence. You're not answering.
I'm thinking about it. More like contrived. I don't buy it.
What do you say?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
I have a retort, but I'll keep it clean. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. I didn't expect him to go all weird. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. Now he thinks he's from Texas instead of West LA. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Darkie. end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
Too late to be profound. That case just might not be over yet.
Eh?
Emma was assaulted by Darky at the police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Dem and Cats and I shared. I love. The office that Mr. Cat now occupies by himself. The chief's office.
Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office to decide the final SL9 murder.
Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court.
Yes, ma'am.
Much better. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved.
She really means it.
Oh no.
Alright, well, let's go on to the Criminal Affairs Department.
February 24th, Police Station. Criminal Affairs Department. Bum bum.
I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet around here.
Hey, be quiet over there! You're right, the chief of detectives seems the same, though.
Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right. We can come back here later.
February 24th, Police Department entrance. Bum bum.
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Now, I want to ask you out on a date.
No.
Que sera, you never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Now let's go watch some baseball.
No.
I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning, like a raisin on top of a jerky.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Off to the sunset. And over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Because I am too awesome. Why do prospectors head west when the sun sets? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. You owe me a tall glass of beer. No bribes. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. But we just went with the flow. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. Like Joe Darky liking baseball, when in fact he liked soccer. The murder weapon. Think of the murder weapon. The murder weapon, you mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Darky's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon, but used to butter steak and toast. Eh? However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could facts have been concealed with forged evidence? Ah. That case left behind scars on all of us. Like Scarface.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind? It burns my heart.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors. You have no idea how many people he have beaten in a street fight. Every single prosecutor down for the count. He was good with his Hadokens and Shurikens. Shurikens? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right, it was the day the evidence transferal. Eh? Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder, then lightning, then more thunder, followed by drizzle. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I feel old. I tried to steal evidence so the case would not die, like the pages of history in Soul Calibur. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. Like my head. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of with a nice hot meal. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. They called it a cubicle. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him, too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. But they sure were oblivious. They? This isn't one of those Alex Jones conspiracy things, is it? No, sir, it is not.
Who are you talking about then?
Don't get upset, Bambina. Baseball is just around the corner. I mean, Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation lead, Damon Gant and his second in command, Lana Sky. They're doing their JoJo pose. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. There were rumors, they were betting with each other. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Nepotism at its best. Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen, and forged her bar license so she can be a lawyer. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. I believe they may have brainwashed her. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister? Who took her brain and put it in the washer?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. You can't steal signs like you could in a Houston Astros game. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. That stubborn little... Gulp, gulp, gulp. So there you have it. That's my backstory. Did you enjoy the exposition, partner? It was certainly expository. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. Because he is unethical, and I expect that from him. Excuse me. Do you need a lozenge. No, Bradley, I don't need a lozenge. How about some cough medicine? No, Roller, cough medicine's not easy. I'm not getting sick. Good, I don't want to get sick again. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. Nobody would believe someone as awesome as Damon Gant would do some unethical stuff. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. You're a pretty classy guy. When you become a real scientific investigator. Oh, I'm in love with you already. Adios, Bambina. Good luck in the next baseball season. Vanish, vanish, vanish.
February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Bum bum.
This place is pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. He usually just stands there still next to that computer and never moves. Wow, you're right. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and decision about what to do about Mr. Everett, not to mention our statement to the media at tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. With Kwanzaa. I think festive is the word usually used for those words. Sir, we like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Use the connecting hallway to the other buildings and take the elevator to the top. Don't tell him I sent you, though. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? What did I just say? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Are you not paying attention? Just give me that $20 bill. Okay, here's $20. Thank you. Oh, wait a second. I'll keep the $20. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Way to go, Emma. Let's see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office.
February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Bum bum.
What's with the cathedral? What am I, in a boss stage? Seriously, where am I? Am I in Castlevania? I'm gonna be taking on Dante and Devil May Cry? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. We're here to pray. Pray for our souls. Check out that pipe organ. How did you get it in here? Is this even real? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. That's nice. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I'm sure they had a different word than Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Ah. I never could remember where C was. It was after B. Oh.
Huh? Ah! Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
So, Righto, have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's conduct, misconduct, and Lana's provocative statement. Very provocative. I have it recorded, and I take it to my bed.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years ago, passed since that incident. Ah. My, how time flies. See that big picture over there on the wall? I make love to it. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Eh? Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. But I think Mr. Gann is trying to go for a reach around.
Dear team, picture added to the court record. Oh, anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. I'll treat you to some nice sake and sashimi. Oh, I like sake and sashimi. You're too young. Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? Ha! That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore.
Eh?
Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend to. You worthless defender. Attorneys. Pathetic. Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over yet, after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gann denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
Yes. It's very obvious. There's gotta be a way to get inside the chief's office. Where's Gumshoe?
February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Bum bum!
No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr, thank goodness.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are.
But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
My case. You're still a child. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow.
This rope, is it?
Yep, they laid it out in the outline of the victim's body. Perfectly shaped, too.
So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him.
Eh? Yeah, I've got to be the only person I would know that would come to that conclusion.
That's about as red as a sports car can get.
Yep. It's pretty red, alright. The body was found in Edward's car trunk, and the lock on the trunk was broken. So the question is, why did Miss Scott choose his car?
So, what model car is it?
Eh? It's a Pinto. I think it was called a sedan or a coupe. Something like that.
Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you? You're supposed to know these things.
Wow, that's pretty sexist.
Oh.
Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license, though. Riding a bicycle to the office is so embarrassing. So this is the famous oil drum.
Well, no time like the present. I'll try to kick it over myself. Yeah. My toe. My whole foot.
That's okay. Don't cry. That Lana Sky must be one strong woman. Let's move.
February 24th. God Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Bum bum. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. I loved it. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. He won such a prestigious award. Why don't we just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you'd think he'd want to show this thing off more than that giant steel samurai. And again, Edgeworth has always been like that. Really? Hey, I should write this down. Tell me what he was like as a kid. Well, back in elementary school, he won awards for all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tournaments. That doesn't exactly sound like typical elementary school stuff. Well, he's not a typical elementary school kid. But he always hated receiving awards. He makes some smart remark like, I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me I'm awesome. That's how he's always been. Until I beat him in Tekken. Oh. Kind of gets under your skin, doesn't it? Yeah, until I beat him in Tekken. Oh, that rage quit of his.
February 24th, police station, criminal affairs department again. Bum bum.
Alright, pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? No! They kicked me out. I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. So much walking. I think I have diabetes or something. From sitting so long? Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. I tried to tell them it's for closers, but they just threw the cup in my face and scalded my eyes. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Sorry, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Nah. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. And I think the president is getting involved too. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. Pretty awesome, quite honestly. Oh, thank you. That's not a compliment. Now, this sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. Ethics. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. You couldn't get any more unethical. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Again! Yipes. So, why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. This is M.O. This guy's the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor's responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth and his ethical behavior. His remaining talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, again... Are there really so many people who hate him? Yes! Even Phoenix Wright hates him. No, not really. In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies for the next 10, 20 years of your life. Or till you retire. Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work! Yes, sir! Let's go out for lunch again sometime, right, Trey? Yes, sir! You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? We don't talk about that. But yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. You certainly stuck out on that one. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. I really like him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Like his mother's back. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. I realized it really was for closers. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Darky left behind was during his final attack. It was a Hadouken. His final attack, I mean... Yes, it was a Shinku Hadouken. When he killed Prosecutor Marshall who was trying to protect some girl. That some girl was me. Aha. Well, what do you know? It seems Detective Pikachu never realized Emma was the girl. That's why he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Love. Oh wait, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? Powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Okay. Girl Darky was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill salary businessman. A businessman? What made him take the serial killing? On his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. Because he was too busy eating his sandwich. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident? Yes. But it transformed him into an animal somehow. We don't know. But apparently it's an endemic. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. It seemed like every single person that came by, he just killed. He's a weird guy. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. So, the dude went on a murder spree, basically. Ugh. Of course, this is all conjecture, eh? There wasn't a single shred of evidence. Huh. So he turned himself in. Yes, in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Darky was arrested on the spot. For some reason, you'll just keep killing every person that shows up. Aha! It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness is standing right next to you. Read the room, you idiot. Oh, hold on a second. I need to... Yeah, here we go. Present. Yeah, here it is. About this. Is dot has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? It's forged, isn't it? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. I was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. Huh? That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. A knife! Yes, we've established that. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. I totally forgot. This knife. It was Joe Darky's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife. You'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. Huh? How did he live? It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Darky's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Yes, autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife updated in the court record.
Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. That's what I do. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now, and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'll lose my job. And I'd be charged with breach of trust. That's a crime, you know. That's life in prison.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. And then sent to prison for life. Oh, well. It was nice knowing you. Let's go, Emma. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. He was troned. What does that even mean, Gumshoe? I don't know. They all disappear when they get troned. They call that de-resolution. De-resolution? Forget it, Gumshoe.
Oh.
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that will make him change his mind.
This one? I'm gonna share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Shush. I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height.
Base height? Let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth for. There's a child present. Put that away. I mean, this can't detect any blood traces. It's not about the blood traces. It's something else entirely.
Oh well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face and then looked at my pants. I'm gonna share a bit of advice with you. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Hey, you're funny. Alright, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us.
He did what? All I have is some flour. They were roses. Haha. Are you okay, detective? Run! Achoo! Eh? If it's any help, one time I took a nap on the bench with wet paint. It was warm. Why am I not comforted? This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? It's the most awesome thing ever. He was guarding the blood stain on that evidence locker room with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. Like yourself? Watch it.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. Found in Mr. Edward's car, stabbed with Mr. Edward's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Ugh, guys, read the room. Someone must have, played patty cake? You're not helping. Someone must have a grudge against Mr. Edward. That's not helping either. No, it's unlocked. Gotta get one more thing out of him. Got this. Alright, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day, after he beat up all the other prosecutors. You at the award ceremony, Mr. Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Congratulations?
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Don't want anyone to know. Apparently he's forgotten. Or not. His ID card belongs to the victim. Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card. And a secret number. Scary. It's only scary because you keep dropping your card. I forgot my secret number a lot too. I'm scared for myself. But I'm me after all, and what could be wrong with that? Everything. I gotta stay out of this conversation. That's the ID record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 77777777777. I like that movie. Especially the ending. That's 17 too many, Detective. Executive officer. Just might have a hunch. Oh, a lost item report, huh?
Very impressive, Detective. You know what it was right off the bat.
Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know. I'm not surprised.
Master? That has such a cool ring to it.
Don't encourage him, Emma. The way I see it, if things were meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. I think it's God.
Wow, a higher power named God.
Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people aren't accusing him of injustice. They are. You're just a Edgeworth fanboy. I for one ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while I was going on. You know? No, I don't know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. That was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Jaritaki guilty. I can't believe Officer Marshall will do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. He taught me how to drink beer. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. I named it Cactuar.
Really?
He said, "Dude, she'll listen to all your troubles." And she did.
Note to self. Gumshoe talks to a cactus named Cactuar.
Hard to believe, it's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. Like you? Eh? What? Why are you looking at me like that? About that jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. Like the movie The Mummy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Or could I have seen that before? Oh. Wrong button. Pay attention. I know barely. Here we go. No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker.
Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it?
The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand. Without any fingerprints. Shush. If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? What are you thinking? If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. Is there anything that could trigger? Oh, I already did that one. Let me see if anything. Nope, nothing's unlocked yet. About this. Alright, it's done. Has a tag attached with the label SL9 on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker.
On the day Detective Gnu was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found at Edgeworth's car muffler.
I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back.
Well, what is it? Don't forget.
That's the photo that Miss Star took. Anything you can tell us about it? Miss Star's quite the lady. She offered me food. Right, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened.
16, that's how old I am now. I wonder what happened.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Right, I mean, sure, of course. Someone else really else did it. You're too late. Take it all back. Someone messed up on how to graduate Edgeworth. Yeah, we did throw him under the bus. Oh, okay. Covers both. Excuse me. Dang, pretty much ran down the line. Alright, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors. Okay. This was already read.
Okay. Hey, check it out. There's a metal plate here.
Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it.
Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times. Von Karma. I guess he must be a foreigner.
Yeah, that's probably it.
But wherever he's from, he must have been an amazing prosecutor.
Not really.
I'd like to meet this Mr. Von Karma sometime.
You don't need to. After all, when she says it, his name does have a kind of ring to it. This ID card belongs to the victim, Dr. Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. This is the same dialogue. What about this? Here's my badge as attorney. You should know this to me every time. You show this to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. Police badges are awesome.
I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice.
Alright. None of this jostled him.
Here we go. February 24th, I Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Bum bum!
Wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
There he is. It looks like he's writing something. Finally, my prince song. Oh, what are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. A tough day in court, huh? Huh? A tough day in court, huh?
I had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around.
Oh, we all know you're unethical.
I know, but how did everyone figure that out? What's another allegation to me? I'm used to it. Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you and your unethical stuff.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always unethical. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. Then we went out and celebrated after he hanged. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. I wanna win.
But you didn't know, did you?
Yes, I know.
I mean, that the evidence was falsified?
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything, and you will always win.
I'm already winning everything.
The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Well, you have valid excuses if you really didn't do it.
Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work. So tell me, why? Why has it all come to this?
Because you're a moron?
Silence!
Even Edgeworth can't keep his kind of emotion bottled up. Oh boy. It's gonna be a long night when we play Tekken. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
No! First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. Are you my stalker? To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'm going down in flames. I hope you're happy.
Nah, I'm much more happy when I beat you in Tekken.
I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on.
Well, you made a lot of enemies.
I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
So DL6 wasn't haunting enough? What do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was getting to prove the suspect guilty, and then celebrate when he's hanged. That was really the only thing on my mind at that time, watching his feet dangle. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture, something seems strange about it. What do you make of this? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. I managed to slip it out very easily.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall! He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. I heard he kicked butt. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes! The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Eh? Oh, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like till 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
Okay. That's weird. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered, you were participating in the ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. They had secret things on me. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. That's why it's annoying. I finished up at the office in the morning and drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes! Just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back. This! I got screwed over. Oh yeah, she can't ask you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here at the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right!
Eh?
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale where two men meet each other and get into a street fight. Then they start throwing Hadokens and Shoryukens at each other. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. It was straight out of a Pokemon title. Have you heard this story?
I don't care. But sure, everyone knows that. So why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake?
Oh, I know the story already.
Quiet, Emma.
Very well. Here's my exposition. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. He sold the finest arms. Sometimes they were long, sometimes they had 4 digits and 5 fingers. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed would slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right?
Sure, let's go with that.
Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chip shield and broken knife symbolize. Precisely, they symbolize communism. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today, and knowing is half the battle.
G.I. Joe. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield?
Eh? You'll have to ask Chief Gantz. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gantz, huh?
Get your prosecutor's trophy updated in the court records.
You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere like on a shelf.
Never! That has no meaning for me anymore.
What do you mean anymore?
That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past when I have the future?
You're not profound.
I'll beat you in Tekken!
He's asking me this, huh?
Why can't he just accept it graciously?
Because he hasn't beat me in Tekken, that's why.
Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Look, do you notice anything different?
Different?
Yeah, don't you remember? The other shield in the court record.
I guess I better present this other shield. Was it this one?
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea.
I'll pass on the tea. Just give me my coffee and tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner. Respect it.
Whose side are you on anyway? And why are you fawning over him all of a sudden? Maybe I just show him any best evidence I can get some reaction out of him. Which is it? Oh. Wait, didn't I try this already? Well, let me try it. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Marshall! He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like he was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. He beat up a lot of prosecutors along the way. I heard he pulled off a Shin Hadouken. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes! The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Eh? Ah, I remember now. We were high that day.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind this design. A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
Alright, did that trigger? Dang it. Does this mean I could get in? Uh-oh.
February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Bum bum. Excuse me. Have some food. Would either of you care for a quarter pounder with cheese of roast beef?
Miss Star. I guess she's out of lunches. Now she's resorting to meat. Is she trying to tell me something?
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk.
There's a child present here. We could discuss this somewhere else privately.
Still, I never did thought you'd be so digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. It's very contrived. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transfer. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness?
The instant Lana stabbed Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
You detectives got some weird metaphors. First Marshall, now you. And her hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. I don't know how many times I gotta keep mentioning this to everybody. Talk, you.
Joe Darky. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pleasure.
You got off on that?
Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then.
You really got off on that?
Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy.
I don't think I want to know this.
Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
You saw how they were found on top of each other? We all know the truth. They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became the Hulk. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. She really wanted him.
Her?
Lana Sky.
My sister?
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. And their JoJo pose.
Lana and Chief Gans.
And after the case closed?
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Darky got what he deserved, and we really enjoyed watching him getting hanged and his feet twitching while we drank beer. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated.
But if he really was legitimately the murderer, does it really matter that it's forged? I mean, he wasn't innocent.
Items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret.
She ain't listening to me.
But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened. Because I'm pretty and beautiful, and I have these. You'll never understand, because you're still undeveloped, child. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. I heard she got on the couch.
I'm sure that's all a rumor.
Consider the source. Me.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor, but I would never think she would go that far.
Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Those two were together all the time.
You mean Gant and Sky?
Yes. It should have been me.
Huh?
Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter anyway. Lucky her.
She was being used.
Damon Gant and Lana Sky. And their JoJo pose. They were so jealous. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best.
You know, I've heard this too many times already. Maybe we should try something else.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. I had to keep myself contained.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence.
Oh.
Fresh. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence, you mean? Down there?
Yes. Oh, yes. There were rumors about him even back then. Oh, how I wish I was part of those. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Or are they talking about a different kind of forged evidence? I'm confused here. Are we even talking about a case or something else?
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool really. I was very young.
You don't look young.
She hated anything crooked. It had to be nice and curved, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
You know, there's a child present here. You should really...
Mr. Marshall?
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. But that's not my take. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shot. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. It wasn't me with them.
Miss Star, I'm sorry you didn't get to have them both.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her.
Ooh. Look at the sparks. Oh my gosh.
Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Are we speaking the same wavelength here?
So, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's offices 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. It was beautiful influence.
Chief?
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
Did he by chance have any cameras in there?
No, he hadn't planted them in yet.
So, you mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief's prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
That's quite a low bar, if you want to be a villain.
But how could he control Lana?
Have you not been paying attention? The couch. I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same.
Whoa.
It's only logical to conclude.
Oh.
There must have been a reason for her change.
Ah. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star.
You listen to me, rookie. I'm not saying it the way you think I'm saying it.
Oh.
It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Alright. Let's see if we can get back in there.
February 24th, Police Station. Criminal Affairs Department. Bum bum.
Oh, you're back! You're still here? Aren't you laid off or something? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. What are you, the secretary or something? I'm turning into a regular DJ. Yeah, you could go with that, secretary.
You're a DJ as well?
Child, why are you not in school at this point? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ. I was ready to rap with him.
I gotta admire your persistence, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we could do to make Detective change his mind.
Dang it. Hey! It's Phantom Thing! Hey, hello there. Dude. How's it going? Everything's going good, bud.
Indeed! How was your day, Venom Fang?
Dude, Venom Fang's day has been good. He's glad to be chilling right now. Excellent. We all must chill. Indeed, Bradley. Still, I can't seem to I don't seem to have anything to convince this fool to let me into Gant's office. I just ran through every single evidence. Let's go to maybe something here. So Venom Fang, welcome back to the show. To the really big shoe. The really big shoe here. We're trying to get into Gumshoe to get us into Gant's office so we can investigate the area. But I gotta show him something. The problem is I showed him everything and nothing triggered. I mean, I could try again, but it just seems insane at this point. I feel like I'm missing something. It's probably gotta be something moronic, given that he's moronic. Yeah, see, he already said that. Dude. There's gotta be something. Venom Fang said, let's see what you got. Show him what you got. No, that's not the way they say it. That's not the way they say it. Well, what is the way to say that? It's, show me what you got.
I don't think that's the way you pronounce it. I don't think you got the accent right.
Show me what you got. Just move on with the whole thing. And leave Rick and Morty out of this. It's a ridiculous show.
How dare you, Bradley?
It is. It's one of the most profound shows out there. They know what they're doing. No, they don't. It's a crazy drunkard that takes a kid around. In fact, I should mimic that and take you around and get drunk. Why? I could just go with Roller and his whole entire band and get drunk with them and party with music. At least I won't find myself in jail unlike you pirate. You have a good point. Dude, you can hang out with us and party. You're just gonna end up in a garbage dumpster again. I've seen your partying. You and your whole team. You'll just end up in the beach. Staring at the sky again. Smelling of cloves. There you go. That's basically what I got. And I've went through every single one of these. You know, I'm wondering. Yeah, I was just thinking that, Venom Fang. Venom Fang said, well, if you went through them, then I guess someone has to give you something. I'm wondering. He likes food. I'm wondering if I could be able to get some food from Miss Star. Let me see if I could get food from her. Maybe he needs a stomach jolt. Okay. Yeah.
I don't have anything else to tell you.
Miss Star.
The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set.
Talk about cheap.
Eat this. Maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow.
Dang it, she didn't give me that food. How about this one? Ah, same thing. Would have been nice if she had given me that poppy seed set. I gotta see if she gives food. How about this? Nope, same sentence. Well, try everything. How about this one?
It's a whole lot of evidence. Just keep it up. Something's gonna trigger.
Maybe you should also consider Edgeworth. I doubt Edgeworth will give anything. Dang. You know, it would make sense. If it's not food, then Edgeworth has to have some. Then Edgeworth may have something. I'm gonna try that Venom Fang. I agree with you on that one. Edgeworth would have to have some kind of access. Let's see. How about this? No. How about this? You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere on the shelf.
That has no meaning for me anymore.
What do you mean anymore?
That's who I was last year. A great street fighter. What good is it to dwell on the past?
He's asking me?
Why can't you just accept it graciously? Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Oh, do you notice anything different?
Different?
Yeah, don't you remember? The other shield in the chord record.
I guess I better present this other shield. Alright, so maybe I must have missed something after I had shown him the other shield. Let's see here. So this picture was hanging on the wall in the Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Sorry, Rowan.
No, it's okay. I'm not repeating this.
Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't have this the sword. Yeah. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to do the rundown. Because showing him that yeah, showing him that triggered the King of Prosecutors trophy, the shields. So something else here's gotta trigger.
It seems everything in this case is designed to cast doubt on me.
Hey, don't look at me.
Yes, I went into the evidence room on the day of the crime. Chief Kent asked me to do something. To take evidence from a case solved 6 months ago back to the prosecutor's office. I have a locker in there as well.
Did you notice anything amiss when you were in the evidence room?
That room's always dark and I was in a hurry. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary.
How about this? Dang it. No. No. How about this? Nope, that didn't work. Ah.
Come now, Wright. You can't seriously expect me to just sit down and chat with you over a cup of tea.
But this isn't related to the case, remember? You said so yourself.
So I did. Chief Gant gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man. But sometimes he does things that don't make any sense.
Eh?
Eh? At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that doesn't make sense.
A certain detective comes to mind. Alright, let's see. No, that didn't trigger. Sorry, Pen and Fang. That didn't trigger the dialogue. Dang. Alright, fingerprints. Nope.
It seems everything in this case is designed to cast doubt on me.
Hey, don't look at me.
Yes, I went into the evidence room.
Oh, okay, this is the same dialogue roller.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the same one. Alright. Limonol. Nope, that didn't work. Nope, that didn't work either. Shoot. No. Yeah. Nope, that didn't work either. Dude, this is tough. This is the part that I can't stand. You gotta find that one specific thing to unlock something. Well, they can't handhold in this game all the time. Still, it's always something weird. That one thing you'd never expect. Nah, it's true, Bradley. Nah, not even that. I already did that one, and I already did this one, didn't I? Yeah. Well, that's all the evidence. Anything? Nope, nothing triggered. Whew. Alright. Let me continue going through this. Oh. Oh.
Mister.
The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set.
Oh, okay. No, that's the same dialogue. Alright. When she says I don't have anything to tell. Yeah. I think this is it. Yeah. Dang. Nope, nothing triggered. Yeah, how about detention center? Yeah, let's try you. I haven't tried all this with you. Oh, yeah, the picture.
Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. That's how you end up in prison.
Yeah, she really means it.
Lana.
Alright. Okay, that's the phrase. Alright. She's probably gonna... Somebody's gotta work. I gotta double check the talk here. Okay, no, I didn't miss a beat there. This is insane. Easy, Bradley.
I'm sure you're gonna find it. Well, something's gotta give.
You think this game glitched out? Nah. There's no way it'll glitch out. Even the attorney's badge is considered taboo. Alright, let me see here. The horror. The horror that this thing is.
Yeah, someone needs to burn it.
Oh yes. Benbank said, "Did you talk to the cowboy?" Yes, he was the first person spoke to, and he wandered off into the sunset. Oh, what's this here?
Can I take out the batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty.
No. Let's see. Let me just go through all this then. Oh, wait a second. This dialogue changed. Hold on a second. There was this dragon. Yeah, that's it. Dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? It's not exactly the version we heard.
No, but this one sounds more exciting.
Anyway, it kind of gets gory after that. I'll spare you the details. It's quite graphic. Let me try this then. I want to share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut. I'll keep that in mind. Well, that didn't work. Found an Edward's car. Stabbed with Edward's knife, huh? Overdrive's guide to do such a thing. Same dialogue? Great. What about this one? Oh, that's right. They both share the same dialogue tree. That's the photo that Miss Star took. Anything you can tell us about? That Miss Star is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16, and she was hot. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened.
16, that's how old I am now. I wonder what happened.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school. In fact, how old is he? 16? About this. Oh, is that? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Edgeworth Carr's muffler.
Yeah, that's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it? Quick, before you forget again.
Alright, this was the one that triggered, right, that triggered this dialogue tree, the murder weapon. Let's go through this. This knife, it was Joe Darkey's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it, too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his lock ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Well, yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. Eh? It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Darkey's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Okay, that updated the evidence, didn't it? Okay, you know what? That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yeah, we went through this whole dialogue. No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker.
Hey, wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, detective?
The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand. Got any fingerprints? Josh, if they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? No, I won't. And if that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth. So what of the glove? No, nothing. I've been setting up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Edgeworth's presentation. Good thing people are accusing him of injustice. Everyone ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Edgeworth?
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, the serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Darkey guilty. No, this didn't work. No, not this one. No. I can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. I called it Cactuar.
Really?
He said, dig. She'll listen to all your troubles.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus named Cactuar.
Archibald believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. Like you. What? Why are you looking at me like that? About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Oh, let me see the photo. Hold on a second. Let me see that photo again. There it is. There we go. Oh, come on. Are you serious? Did it open? Nope, it didn't even unlock that. Are you serious? That's where the freaking thing is. Man. The connection was right there. Look at it. There it is. And he's telling me that that doesn't trigger a dialogue? Now I'm getting annoyed. I'm about ready to strangle you. No, please don't do that, Bradley. Go to Edgeworth? Venom Pink says go to Edgeworth. Dude, give it a try. Alright, let's move to Edgeworth. No. Hey, there we go. Dude. Venom Fang said, talk to him about tomorrow's trial. ... Or that. Okay. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall! He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. He was quite the fighter. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes! The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Why do I feel like I'm repeating the dialogue?
Good question, Roller. Well, let's keep going.
Oh, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on.
You know, the word contradiction's in red. Maybe that's a clue. No. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial, now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been a part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
Alright, let's see then. No, it's not that picture. No, not this one. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You participated in the ceremony over at the station.
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes! That's just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This! Oh yeah, Chief can't ask you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the office because the chief asked you to.
That's right!
Come on. Dude, if anything said go into examine mode. You know, I haven't done that yet. You idiot. But you didn't point that out either. But you should know, you're in the helm. Now, examine. Alright, let's see. What's up with the crumpled paper? Hey, he did throw down a crumpled paper. He did mention that. I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth? About that matchup to Ken. Oh, is that Detective Gumshoe out there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground.
I'm not stupid. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling under my feet.
He didn't even look.
What? Letter of resurrection? If you're having trouble reading it, I'll read it for you, child. It says, letter of resignation.
A resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean.
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just one, but 500 miles. And I would walk 500 more. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's having a crisis.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
Yes. Is that a resignation? I wonder if I can use it for anything.
Letter of resignation put into pocket.
You won such a prestigious award. Why don't we just leave it on the couch?
Yeah, you'd think he'd want to show this thing off more than that giant steel samurai. What is it?
This is the King of Prosecutors Award, right?
Of course it is. You know that.
I saw something today that looked like this somewhere.
Something that looked like that?
Yeah, only different. Now, where was that?
Ah, she's right. Something's amiss here. Maybe I should show Edgeworth that item. Aha! This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall! He had just started making a name for himself. Why is this dialogue the same? Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes! The trophy he's holding, it's different than yours. You're right! I remember now!
Remember what?
That was what the official trophy looked 2 years ago!
Dude. Venom thing. Venom thing said the actual trophy. Wait, you are right. You're confusing yourself, Spraycon.
Hey, story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really! Contradiction! That's what the award's based on!
Hey, look at that. And it would be this. No. Alright. Then, alright, then let's try the other trophy. You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere. Come on!
Do you notice anything different?
Different? So if I present him the other shield, jeez, it's the same dialogue. Dang it. No, that was... Let's try this here. Let's try this again.
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Yeah, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake?
Very well.
Huh? No. You don't have to read this roller again.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm getting tired.
Oh,
2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant. Dude, Wolfang, Venom Fang says, show the gum the resignation. Let's do it. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice. Like vanilla ice. Only smooth. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. Even though he was unethical. But we betrayed him. Because we were way more unethical.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out.
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret. I'm already out of the loop. They don't like me, and they became their secretary. After all, I'm friends with Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. Like in the movie. What? So at least let me do this. For Edgeworth's sake. If I'm going down, I'm taking everyone with me. Aha! Alright, detective. Thank you. And good luck going down in flames.
The Gumshoe's ID tucks swiftly into the pocket.
There we go. Woo! Dude. Thanks for the help, Venom Fang.
February 24th, Police Department Chief's Office. Bum bum.
Here goes, Mr. Wright.
Click. Beep.
We're in. The Cathedral of Kant is here. If anyone finds us now,
I think the Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
hey,
Blacked out.
sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
Really, Emma? Of all the things? I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. You can't. Ah! Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. You're here. Then what's the point in giving us your ID card?
Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
Oh, don't do that to my card. Yeah, get yourself another one. I hardly ever got a chance to come in here. It's quite spooky. It's very religious. Should we be praying? Where's the holy water? I have to make the sign. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. We're going down in flames. No, you're going down in flames.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out here. I've got a bad feeling about this. Star Wars style. This is safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
Well, let's try 777. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday. I don't care. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
Code confirmed. Access granted.
That's a bingo.
It's just bingo. You only say bingo. What number did you enter anyway?
Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day was obviously Gant. Remain. Yep. 777777777. That ID number? But that's the code to my luggage. I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone get a look inside? Maybe he's got a gun or a human hand.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? I want my severance pay.
Look, it's a
shard from a broken cup. Now this somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here too.
What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. It's the face of Jesus Christ.
This is a handprint, you moron.
I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
That it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. Seriously? After all, it's my neck on the line here. A woman is going to die. Who cares about your job? Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we could show the detective.
Just go along with it. I know. Alright. Present. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? Can you look at this very closely and see the resemblance to something else? Oh, I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days. Remember? Remember making this trophy thing? I remember. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Stop eating the memory berries, Emma.
Oh, but I remember. This jar piece of evidence was from that case.
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found. Oh, you mean this one? That was in the safe.
Yes, that one. How could you forget so easily? That was in the safe.
You're really one of those wild animals that are completely forgetful, aren't you? Oh, now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Fragments assemble. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Right. Here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it will prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. But wouldn't you want to keep it separated so that way when you present it to the court, you can attach it right in front of the freaking judge? Oh. There. Fits like a glove. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But...
Alright, guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached? It's different from the others. The heck is that?
there's a reddish line on it.
Reddish line? That's blood. Vampires were behind this. I don't got it. Why would vampires team up with Chief Gant and hide this in his safe?
Unstable jar updated in the court record.
This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for limitations. There's the pipe organ, now this armor. You know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this cathedral?
Yes. Gant is running a religious organization, clearly.
That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes until we have separation of church and state again.
You don't have any taxes to pay, child. Shush. Be careful what you say. You might be blaspheming in this cathedral. Who knows? The Chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. That is the most intelligent thing you've said in this entire series, Gumshoe. What? And I don't think he'd fit in there anyway.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
I don't think he needs to get back out. He just needs a camera. Cut it out, you guys. You don't know how scary that guy can be. And that crazy laugh of his. The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. He really loves reenacting the Phantom of the Opera. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, Chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear for anything for days except for the ringing in his ears. And that's abuse and highly illegal. The instrument of punishment, literally.
But aren't the chief ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway, so... Ooh, good one. But that's beside the point.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Darky ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Darky. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? In fact... Huh. I was hoping to investigate. Was it here?
Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Ah, that's all 9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what? No. About evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long. That's what Edgeworth said. Don't overthink that phrase. Okay. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence.
The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I know it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so.
Evidence list added to the court record.
Why is this still... We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
Alright, so we're gonna have to take that to Edgeworth. What would this list be doing here? You better look a little more into this list. Alright, I'm gonna take that to Edgeworth. But let me just see the computer here. This is Lana's desk. Oh! Sure is tiny and sterile.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. She used sterilizing cleaners, like rubbing alcohol at 70%.
There's not even any dust on it. It's like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? Oh! Chief Gant must still keep a clean memory of their friendship. Or probably wiping out certain evidences. They were the stuff of legends are made of. Keep it in memory of her, or in memory of the crime. I don't think there's any more for me to look at. Alright, we're going to Edgeworth's.
Finally! Got some progress!
Dude, Venom Fang's asking, do you want backseating for this game? As long as it doesn't spoil. I don't mind a little participation. That's the fun part. But I think it'll be easy to tell if I'm stuck for like 10 to 20 minutes. It's just a matter of discretion. If anything, I don't have a problem with the help because I really don't want to spend 5 hours stuck in one spot. You mean like what happened with Kid Nicky Radical Ninja? My gosh, I don't want to relive that. Dude, you gotta go back. Oh, I gotta go back? That's what Venom Fang said. Oh. You see? It's those things. It's those kind of things. Them tells. What, the plates? These shelves are mostly empty. I must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hi! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Hey!
Oh, okay. They're all part of that. No, the computer's not involved. Ah! Oh, dude, do the spray bottle mode. Oh yeah! That's why they put this in the game in the first place. I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow! Is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle. Add 3 inches to your base height.
Emma, no, that's... Dang it. Blooming tall, new and improved growth formula. Where did she get this from? I got it at a shop where the district had red lights. Covering your eyes, Emma. Why? You shouldn't be looking at this. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? I'm sure
Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
Well, that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face and looked at my pants. Okay. It didn't trigger. Maybe over here. Maybe it'll give me the prompt. The Illuminati? Alright, what about the fingerprints? It's not gonna let me use the fingerprinting thing? Yeah. Exactly. I like you to have a look at this. Alright, go to town, shush. Okay, there we go. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Alright, take my fingerprint. Why?
Oh, it's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Aw? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. I'm talking about that cloth you found in the safe. Oh, haha, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Shush, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, please check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth like I told you. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
Oh. Fanbang said, oh, you went a step ahead. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Emma. Alright, let's get this over with. Ah, okay. Do the bottle after. I gave it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
Oh, let's try the thumb. I gave it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be good for matching prints, will it?
No, doesn't look like we'll get clear result.
Let's try another finger. You got 3 more to go.
Alright, let's try the middle finger. It's always gonna be the middle finger, isn't it?
What kind of message are they sending with the middle finger?
A whole lot. Do you want more prints with your powder? Bradley, I'm just trying to make sure I get all of it. Dude. I feel like we're reenacting Scarface.
You're a real Al Pacino!
There we go. Ah. Eh? No way.
I'm the criminal?
Yes, Andy, you're the criminal. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found the match. Whose fingerprints were they?
It seems the prints are you.
What?
Gumshoe, arrest her. She's behind all this. Alright, you're under arrest. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Darky's prints.
Just, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Oh, you noticed that too. Well, don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. You can do that, can you? Of course I can. Here, maybe you should hold on to this then.
Piece of cloth, fold it, and add it to the court record.
Alright, let's see if we can do the bottle. Maybe now we could do the bottle. No, it's still triggering. Huh? Boy, it's not triggering. Oh. Dude. Tenant Thing says don't present it to him. He's a moron. You're right. but it's not giving me the trigger to actually use it. It just says back and present. Am I missing something here? Let me try examine. Maybe it'll give me the... There we go. You forgot you could do that, did you? I completely forgot. Huh. I guess because he... Oh, hey.
Oh. This area must have been covered in blood.
Is this from that incident? Yeah. That's where they stabbed each other and then laid on top of each other like in Scary Movie.
It must be when Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull.
So a murder really did take place here. Let's see this. Anywhere else here? Nothing else. Alright, well, let's get back to here. No? Is it not gonna let me?
That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here.
Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off.
So Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing.
Something else is bugging me, more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. The back? Whoa! What was that? Nothing, Bradley. You made a weird sound.
Indeed! What is wrong with you?
This? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
Can't make it out. Gotta keep quiet about it for now.
Huh?
Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I better not forget about this picture. Which I most definitely will. Aha! Let's see if we can open up some dialogue. That desk on the other side, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He bought out the whole thing and turned it into a church. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's weird. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. What a party pooper. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. And that laugh. Oh, how annoying. I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. Can't possibly any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 climbs. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think? Nah, you wouldn't be. No. Presbyterian? What? No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. You must be Lutheran. Alright then. Let's look around. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you, don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. With you, nothing bothers me anymore. You don't just let it go at that. I can and watch. Walking away. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, what's bothering you? You two don't think? Chief Cat. Might be a suspect, do you? Yes.
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Yes. Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. My gosh, you were right at the beginning of the show. It was an official that would be involved with this.
Indeed! This is a rehash of DL9!
6. DL6.
It doesn't matter! It's the same story! This is annoying! Yeah, this isn't fun.
This is lazy. What I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I any help? No. Of course you are. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
But that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking into my meeting, M. Night Shyamalan came up to me and he said, "Follow the circles." I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. It was funny. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mind?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You're fired. You won't be needed anymore. Ha ha ha!
But sir, it's my lifeline. I'm living off of ramen noodles.
Too bad. Now get out. And take your ramen noodles with you.
Yes, sir. Well, we'll be on our way too then.
Wait. You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
As her attorney, I must be present.
Silence! You, with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright.
Again, Your Honor, I'm not supposed to leave my client alone. Oh, crap. Look, pal, if I've told you 1,000 times, the chief's office is off limits. You did not just say that to me now. Oh no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? You really going there, aren't you, Gumshoe? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Now you suddenly care about your ramen noodles? Yeah, but if I knew I'd be like this, I would have preserved my ramen noodles. I never would have said it anyway. I have to give such good speeches. Get out of my face, Gumshoe. Now I've seen the evidence. I don't need this guy anymore. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture here. Why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anira, you're listening to me? Why are you still here, Gumshoe? I'm monologuing. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Yeah, you do that. Later, pal. Finally. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions without my presence or the presence of an adult or legal guardian. So, she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Good luck with that.
February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Bum bum! How dare you leave my sister there without an adult or a legal guardian?
I'm sorry, sir.
How many times do I have to tell you? I work for a living, it's not sir.
Okay, soldier. Girl. Yeah, so, the chief is questioning Emma. Sorry about that. I mean, it's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. Sort of.
Phoenix!
I'm committed to do everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here, right? Pro bono?
My sister! And I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important, soldier. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. Remember?
Yes, and you're about to orphan your sister. Where exactly are your parents in all this? You know, I think I finally figured it out. I think this whole entire system is insane. And you all want to question me about being stupid? I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. That's right.
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Don't you even dare. It seems Edward was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Dickhead is the term he used, I believe.
I have a better word for him. Now, it's time for her to get the rest of the story. Talk, you. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say?
It was Daryl, wasn't it?
How dare you? It was one night only. So you think I'm protecting this person?
Yes, you're protecting Daryl. But you're more afraid of is more like it.
If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly be frightened of. I am a soldier. I am afraid of no one.
You're afraid of Mike Meeks. The person whom you fear is this.
To be honest, there's someone a bit scarier.
Who would that be?
Why, you, of course.
Why?
Yes, you seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? No, that's scary.
Well, it is Meekins. I mean, come on.
You seem to have the markings of a criminal in you. What with all your fallacious accusations? Care to spend tonight in the cell next to mine? Don't you even dare.
You ask me, you're the scary one. Damon Gant. Well, Miss Sky?
Eh?
Don't you turn your back on me, child. Just as bad as your sister.
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. I can have you court-martialed and disbarred. Do not forget your place.
Look, sir.
How dare you? Stop calling me sir. I work for a living.
She ain't ready to spill the beans, huh?
My apologies, soldier. Could you please tell me a little bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Or would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
You're a prosecutor. You can't be this dumb. Both you and Edward will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. You're gonna get disbarred and lose your licenses. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence, you unethical little...
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edward didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me.
I had
access because I was second in command of that investigation. I am the commander.
Yes, you are the commander, but also one other, Damon Gant. You really are dumb as a doorknob.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
You serious? This woman. Yeah. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. And the swimsuit edition of Sports Illustrated. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Wait. Swimsuit edition of Sports Illustrated?
Yes.
Huh.
The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmise. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty of murder.
You slept with him, didn't you? Ow!
Watch your mouth.
Why not?
Calm down, Mr. Wright. I can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
The murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details.
I don't want to know the details.
I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edward's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
Hold on a second. I need this recorder. You're gonna have to repeat all this again. Where'd I put that recorder at? This is important. Edward's knife, the murder weapon.
No. When I found the body, this was stuck in the knife.
Knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Darkey's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
Well, okay, you're going to prison for this. Take care. I'm sure your sister will enjoy the being adopted and everything. Edward's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were already shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand as a symbol.
Really? And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand? As symbol?
Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in to a dead body.
You need help. You are a sick woman. I complete insanity for you. You at least get life rather than getting hanged. Why did you need to hide Darky's knife so badly?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Darky case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again, soldier. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. Honor demands it.
There's no honor in this. So, you hit Darky's knife?
Weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Darky case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So, you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edward's exhaust pipe. You're not as smart as you think you are. How did you even end up with this career, you moron?
Right. Then I called my sister. Tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
So you turned your sister into an accomplice. Why am I defending you again? Why'd you even ask Emma?
I didn't want anyone to force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. To which she's not.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
Bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Camp, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Chick Marshall.
Marshall, why on earth would you call him? I notice you are having a lot of pauses here. This is very stupid, Bradley. Everything that I'm reading here is stupid. This is the most horrible form of writing I've ever read. This is an idiot ball of high caliber here.
Easy now, just power through it. Power through it, we gotta get to the trial.
That's what I'm afraid of. It's the trial.
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted the fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean?
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands, Soldier.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. Why am I not recording this? I have a recorder, don't I?
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hasn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
I don't think I want to even know anymore. Lana?
You've earned my respect, Mr.
I
Wright,
don't want your respect.
both as a defense attorney and investigator.
I don't know if I could be able to get you out of this.
Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Okay. Good luck. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. Gonna have to get an exorcist. And get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what we went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Tsutsuku. Yes, we're finishing this. We're finishing this off tonight. We're finishing this off. We made it this far.
This is insane.
How could the characters be this level of stupid? I don't know. I don't know, but let me take a break. Let me take a break here. I'll be back. My brain needs a break. Okay, before I get on with the trial here, I'm coming out of character for a quick break here, because this trial, this whole case here, this whole story just freaking fractured my brain for a second. So I just need to get my bearings together here, because oh my gosh, this is terrible writing. This is terrible writing. She's an accomplice. And I understand where they're trying to get at. It's that Gant can't walk out scot free. Since he committed the murder, and she's taking the fall for it. But oh my gosh, man, that means that I have to let an accomplice walk free by the logic of this game's world build. In order to put Gant into prison, she doesn't really deserve to walk. Lana does not deserve. She was hiding a dead body, and then she stabbed the dead body. Then she tried to make her younger sister, an accomplice. Who wrote this? Seriously, who wrote this? This is horrible. Oh my gosh, my brain. That means that this whole entire trial, this last leg of the trial. Oh my gosh, this trial's gonna drag everything out in every which way possible. Oh my gosh, it's gonna drag out. That means that when I find that it's gonna do just like what happened with Miss Star. I'm gonna find the contradiction, and it says 100% guilty, but then whoever's going to be on the stand will be like, oh, wait. I need to admit, I completely forgot this thing. And then the judge will be like, all right, you're going to do this again. You give us your testimony again. And it's like, why? Everything's a mistrial at this point. Everything's a freaking mistrial. The case has to be redone. I mean, I know this is fictional and everything, but you gotta try and stay within the bounds of your world rules. You can't just arbitrarily. You can't just make things up along the way. You're ad-libbing at this point. All right, let's get this going. All right, we're back. Oh, good. I got my smoothie. That's cool, Handy. What you got?
Raspberry. I like raspberry.
Dude, I got to go. That's real nice. Anyway.
Indeed, this is insane.
Yeah. Let me scroll down here. There we go. Scroll down here. Rise from the ashes. Trial. Final day. You're doing fine. Let's finish this off. Yep. This is going to be a 3-hour trial. I could just smell it.
February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Bum bum.
This is the defendant lobby, alright. It is no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth!
Knowing you've already figured it out. You're screwed. Who the owner of the 777777 ID number is, that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record.
You're an idiot.
If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling.
Okay. So we're gonna team up on this, huh, Edge?
Yes! And then later tonight I will beat you in Tekken.
No, you won't. You never will.
5 minutes, Wright and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it. She was only an accomplice. It's a misdemeanor at least.
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Yes, you do understand the truth, right? You unethical little... Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
We're not... I said SL9, not DL6, you little... It depends on you.
Eh?
Yeah, you. Wanna be Prince? If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. And how you got screwed over again.
Eh? I'll think about it. It's not like I really care at this point. See you in court, Wright. Finish.
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. As much as I want to throw her under the bus, the man committed murder and he is running the police. Can't have that. Nah, we can't.
February 25th, 10 o'clock a.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Bum bum.
Silence! Or I will degouge your eyes and feed it to the cats. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement again.
Eh?
But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Huh? Chief Gant?
Appear. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Archie. Been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my own work.
That's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what now? And why hasn't she talked to me about this? I'm a freaking lawyer.
Having heard what she has to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about, defendant?
I just want to make one simple request and I'll be finished, sir.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. Sir, on February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. I did it. It was all me. And I moved the body in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana. Silence. Or I'll break your ankles. Hand slap. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
Oh, okay. Goodbye. Nice knowing you. It was a pleasure being in service, and I expect to be well paid. Lana.
Your Honor, I therefore forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack evidence against me, but I turn my back on you and have sufficiently proven its case through circumstantial and testimonial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Not that it'll go very well. I mean, she is a lawyer, so... Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Very well. It appears there's no further need to continue this trial. I cast in the name of God. Oh, come on. Let me have a chance. Mr. Wright, what do you feel otherwise? This can't be happening. Look at all the sweat pouring out of my head. It appears the time of the verdict has arrived. I cast in the name of God.
Objection! One moment, Your Honor!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm trying to cast in the name of God. Can you please let me do so?
No! The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt! How dare you undermine my ability? Hand slap! Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature!
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut?
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gantz.
What?
Create another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me to be. I wrote the book on this.
Eh?
With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes without my consultation.
Oh, some kind of deal. Not even one operates as you do, Worthy. You unethical little...
I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation, sir. I don't think we need to...
I don't care what you think, Miss Sky.
Eh?
The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. I know, I've been there. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Coming from the one who doctors his own freaking evidence.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Ah, you've grown some balls, I see, LG. Worthy, Worthy. You will live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins.
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Sky. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
Objection! This witness is not telling her entire occupation. She's a high school student.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Darkey of the Darkey Killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then. Man, this judge.
No! Please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
Great. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun, and I'm gonna be cross-examining this poor child. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
Witness testimony 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in, screaming like a maniac, and took me hostage. I told him I'm not down with terrorism. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
I see. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Phoenix, here's the bone.
Why am I being thrown the bone here? Got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
Cross-examination 2 years ago.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day.
2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was second in command under the deputy police of chief of police Gans. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
I see. I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and this guy used to be quite the pair. A number of times I've had them in court.
I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. Aww. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage.
Hey, man?
Yes, Joe Darkey. He was a maniac, a serial killer. All those Frosted Flakes died for nothing. Joe Darkey was brought in for question on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Darkey proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Darkey's questioning. Chief Damon and Prosecutor Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gant.
Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. He was a fine fighter. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony and demonstrated his Hadouken.
I assume that would also have been why he was the first to run after Darkey.
When Darkey grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Darky. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just as lightning flashed again outside, that sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, good man. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Goodman about this 2 years ago?
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Mr. Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
Picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture!
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. I'm very traumatized. That's strange! I took over the case after Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did try. I swear I'm just not imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed Marshall in the chest.
That must have been a real shock.
It was electrifying. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us! What were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Darky was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Darky. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but I'm sure it does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay. I think this is pretty obvious.
Although I have a weird feeling that it's not gonna let you.
You're right. Save. Alright. It's not lost. It's right here. Let me make sure I got the right one. Yep, there it is. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. Hand slap! And yet you would insist on denying its existence?
How dare you! Hand slap! I'm not the bad guy! I'm trying to help you out here! I'm throwing you a bone! All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture!
Semantics. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Uh-huh. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over. Turn it. Ah, what's this? You got it sideways, sir.
Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me? Focus on the picture.
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened here. You are an idiot. You couldn't even see the perforations of the damaged rip.
What are you talking about?
You didn't see the rip. You didn't see the rip on the pages. Couldn't you have pieced that together? There was something wrong. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
Oh! What?
Silence! Or I'll rip your hearts out and feed to Kalima. Miss Guy, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
I was a child. What did you expect? That's what Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Hand slap! Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. Yes, and I'm trying to get it back into my eye sockets. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Eh? No.
Yes, that's quite conceivable. Edgeworth, were you dumb enough not to look at the back of the paper?
It's possible. Let's see. Ah, I really am stupid. Ah.
Is something wrong? You even have to ask. 2 years you've been holding that thing and you never even bothered looking at the back of the page.
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Evidence list restored and updated in the court record.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
Witness testimony, Emma's picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Quite scientifically possible. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Darkey about to murder Prosecutor Marshall.
And
The defense now may now begin its cross-examination.
Cross-examination, Emma's picture.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. I spent a lot of time sitting in the corner with my head between my knees, crying. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky.
Sure, 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
The flashlight was so bright, all I could see were shadows.
So, at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lighting was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Darky had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Head slip! Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
Hey, she's my client. What are you talking about? I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Hand slap. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
Wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detective?
Head slap! Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
It's not the first time, Edgeworth. Of course not. I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh well. That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Alright, gonna have to figure this one out. Dude, what you thinking? I don't know. I don't know what to think. The handprint? That might be too soon. What is it about the picture? Dude, Venom Fang said the hand in the pig. Yeah, what kind of weapon is that? No. No. Hold on a second here. Let me redo this here. Are you sure that's what you saw? The exact scene wasn't influenced in any way. Are you insinuating? No, of course not. Cuts my salary. Okay, I drew this picture before I heard any of the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. That's strange. Okay. Dude. Okay, there's something about that weapon. Should I go for this here? Hold on a second. Let me check. That was the weapon. But what does this have to do with it? Alright, I'm gonna try the knife first. Oh. Right. There we go. Hand slap. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Clearly, it's this one. Hand slap. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. What? Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Darkey was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Hand slap! And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obviously, really, the victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. Hand slap. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah, what's the meaning of this?
Hand slap! Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Seriously, Edgeworth? Seriously. You seriously. The tip was inside the body. How could you break it beforehand and then wedge the piece of the tip into the body? You freaking moron. Can't wait to beat you in Tekken tonight. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. Hand slap. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. Alright, he's right. But what does this mean?
Hand slap! The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
Seriously, Edgeworth? Dude, you were right. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence.
You're treading on thin ice, right? Remember, I threw you the bone.
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Ah!
Silence! I'll rip your ears off and feed it to Mike Tyson. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award for beating up all the prosecutors, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Darkey along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Darkey fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Darkey. It was my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon.
Eh?
There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Darkey's? Could there have been one? The screwdriver. Could it be the screwdriver? Smart move, dude. Thank you, Spray Card. It's gotta be the screwdriver. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
Hand slap. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Oh! Is it this? Oh! Is it the unstable jar? It was broken.
If anything's broken here, it's you!
Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Lana Sky hangs in the balance. Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. Dang it! Because it was broken. It made sense. The real murder weapon is, then it's the screwdriver. No, wait. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Fen and Fang. I thought of this, but yes, it's got to be the photo. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. There it is, the broken tip. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Oh, sorry, Roller.
It's okay. It's exciting. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Oh!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
Hand slap. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Darkey's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Speed lines. Silence. I'll break your arms and beat you with them. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day, after beating up all the prosecutors with his Hadouken and Shoryukens. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife to represent that successful use of Hadoukens and Shoryukens. When he chased after Joe Darkey, he pulled out his knife. He pulled out this knife and decided to have a knife fight. Ah! Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because of the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
Head slap. I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh! Silence! Well, I'll rip out your tongues and feed it to yourselves. The prosecutor was the one who actually died, Edgeworth. That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Why? I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness.
Edgeworth. What is it? Can you show me your evidence list again, please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back.
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What?
You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture.
Why am I suddenly hearing this song again?
All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part way deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky? See what I'm talking about? Dude, you're right. They just dragged this on.
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. I was right. The blue badger did do it. See, I told you.
I know. We've been mentioning this all the time. Ever since they showed the video.
Dude, the blue badger's evil. Why isn't he going to prison? It should be interesting.
Witness testimony. MS recollection.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning. That's when I saw the blue badger. He came in to rescue me. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
What? This is certainly most unusual.
Head slap! Try impossible! The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense will begin prosecuting.
Stop, please. Don't pursue this any further. Leave my sister alone. I order you.
Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defense chair.
But you can't do this. I'm already confessing a crime. Sir. Why can't you just leave it at that, sir?
Chief Prosecutor Sky!
Eh?
You know the rules. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Enough. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Proceed, Wright. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Get her out of my sight. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter.
Cross-examination, MS recollection.
When I saw that man raise his knife.
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Darkey?
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you...
I panicked and rushed toward the both of them.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
I was 14. What could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
seems convinced that Darky was the one holding the knife. You're thinking what I'm thinking. Yes, Bradley. Goodman was killed by Emma, wasn't she? Wasn't he? The Maggie Simpson defense. Yes, the Maggie Simpson defense. It's too bad we can't do it. I know. Dude. That's crazy. Yep. Well, she seems convinced that Darky was the one holding the knife.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know at the time. When that Darky guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. Miss Guy was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew how to stop the man with the knife.
No. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Just then, there was another flash of lightning. That's when I saw the blue badger.
Are you sure about this?
Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this heinous beast.
He received the list, he saw the picture, and it inspired him, didn't it?
That makes sense.
Dude, chief of detective's a loser.
And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless! That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. Hand slap! But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means tell us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this Blue Badger really? There it is. I seriously doubt that. Look at this. Look right here and right here. Alright, I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dressed up yet when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Hand slap! Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defendant's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright.
In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger. Take that! Hand slap! The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this. Hehehe. Yellow. Good job.
Hooray!
Dude, that was awesome. Bradley? Oh, but that's, what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look like the blue badger. Let's see here. Almost there. Come on. There we go. There we go. And make sure it shows the blood, the handprint. Ah, ha, 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 ha. That's why there's a handprint on there. The idiot freaking included the blood, didn't he? Okay, I think this is good. Really?
Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape, we cannot accept his claim.
I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more. Or horizontally?
Go on, Mr. Wright, you could do it.
Venom Tank says you gotta make the bottom face a bit more. Yes. Let's see. Uh-oh. Oh, LNR. gotta look more like, let's see, like that. Nah. Well, at least I'm not getting punished on this. Is that supposed to be the? Is that supposed to be a smiley face? Hmm. Dang. Ah, it really is being wants to be accurate. That's insane. Dude, that's crazy. Indeed. Oh, wait, shouldn't I have the face? Hmm. Nope. Ah. Venom Fang says, you have the right position, but it's a matter of getting the angle to make it look like a pick. Alright. Let's see. is actually insane. I know, Bradley, I know. Let's see. Dude, Venom Fang said this is the form. Here we go. Alright. Thank you, Venom Fang. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one could possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the Blue Badger.
No, it can't be.
Silence, or I'll break your toes and split them in half. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. Handslip, what's your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, hand slap. This changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness on this jar?
Oh. Location. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
Hand slap! But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Hand slap. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Darky and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
Eh?
If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. I haven't. So, this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now, tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
Oh!
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Hand slap! Of course the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. And that moment, I'm assuming the man in the sky knocked away was actually Neil Marshall.
Ooh, that was gruesome.
Yeah.
Dude, so it was the armor that did it? Yep. The armor is the murderer.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
Yeah, I called it.
No!
Thud.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So, it was the witness who took the victim's life. Another Maggie Simpson defense. Good job, Phoenix. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What do you mean? This is the second time this happened. Edgeworth is the first one, remember? Oh, right.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Miss Guy, but given the circumstances...
Joe Darky murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Sir! How can you think it was Emma, sir? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you.
Eh?
If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body. was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't, sir.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, oh, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
Eh? You certainly can't get dead people to testify. If only we had Maya. If only Mia was here. She would have called up the dead. Then again, she'd probably just get busy signals. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Oh, ho, ho. Touché, Miss Guy. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
Eh? You mean there's still another possibility? Though, then again, I've been finding nothing but possibilities, so... What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean, the possibility the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life in one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Well, yes, but unfortunately she went back to the mountains to do more training, so... Got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind... It's in the evidence? Well, let's see here. Nope. No, it's just the artwork. Can I get a zoom in? Oh! I could see the M, and that looks like an A. The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in Chief Gant's outfit still has lines remaining. Aha! It's in the evidence. Hand slap! This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister's a murderer?
Oh, ho, ho. Do not be mistaken, Miss Guy.
Eh?
Our purpose is not to accuse them of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. The whole truth. And nothing but the truth. So help you, God. Hand slap. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. This is the message left by the deceased, and I'm pointing at you right now. This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name now, sir?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
Looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on the fragment was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots were once lines?
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions.
Hand slap! Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal us the answer. Got to connect these dots to make the letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Ah, yeah. There we go. Good. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana and throwing her sister under the bus. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. So perfectly. Maggie Simpson?
So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all the people in all the world, I never thought it would be a child. Well, we'll be sending her to the gallows. We will celebrate as her feet dangle in slow, agonizing death. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky.
See, Ratty? Can't say I didn't warn you.
Chief Gant!
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Darkey was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, were they? Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. You unethical little...
Crap!
Hand slap! But Joe Darkey really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
Ah. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. We are the law.
What? What does that even mean?
We're merely keepers of the law. We are the judges of doom.
You're not making any sense, Gant.
Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office?
They may have sent an innocent man to his dog.
How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order, order, order! Or I will have you all flayed and hung in the gallows. The gavel pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a reset. No, no,
No, don't do this.
where this trial's headed, no one knows. Don't you... Suzuki. What is this madness? Shoot me. Just shoot me now. Somebody kill me. I thought you said you were gonna end this. Stop it, you freaking nut. This game is never gonna end, is it? Stop it, Bradley. Bradley, stop it. Stop it. Let him go. It's not his fault, dude. He's just trying to play the game. Stop. This game doesn't want to end. I know, that's why I'm choking you. No, stop. Stop. Are we going to end this or are we going to end this next week? No, I don't want to go another week. Then let's finish this off. Are you going to finish this off? I know that's what you're planning to do. You want to end it now, aren't you? No, I'll end it. I'll end it tonight. I'll end it tonight. I'll end it tonight. Are you? Yes? Stop choking me. Stop choking me. Please? End it now. Alright. We're ending this tonight. You're ending it, aren't you? Yes, I am. 5 hours in. That's enough. That's enough. Thank you all for joining me. Get back here. Thank you all for joining me. You all have a good night. Buenas noches. And wait, just a minute. Come back here.